let's not waste any more time. I don't think we'll have time to do Sorrow of Warlit. However, I think we'll be able to get through this part of Shadowbringers pretty quickly. It's only 2 patches, and as far as I remember, each of those 2 patches don't take that long. I think 5.5 will take the longest, definitely, because that's split up into 2 parts. But the second part is like a couple hours long, I want to say. Either way, let's just get into it so that we have it. Checking a couple things. Checking messages. Shadowbringers Part 4. This is the quote-unquote start, not the official start, but the start of the Endwalker storyline. It's gonna start pretty boring because we're still winding down from everything that happened, like everything that happened. Like me fucking fighting Final Fantasy 1 Warrior of Light, Noctis versus Warrior of Light. Bullshit that happened. Yesterday was the city, wasn't it? Fuck. Yes, yesterday was just the plot of the city NT. Oh wait, no, it's way better because the plot of the city NT doesn't exist. Anyways, I should have prepared way better. Hold up, let me stow away my cups and get some water going. I'm horrible at Okay. Let's go. Come on. Where's Alize? Where is wife? Is wife? It is a. Wow, the English. Is Alize waifuable? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, Yoshi P did say that, like, he acknowledges that, like, Alize is a waifu. I don't know if he agrees with it, but yeah. Alize is 16 still, though, right? I don't know. It's hard to see these characters as children, even though there are literal child characters taller than them, but yeah. Let's see. Oh, greetings, Somnus. Come to look in on our friends. Rest assured, everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on— oh, wait. God damn it!
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows. In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission. Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
That is a that is a phrase I didn't think I would really hear. I mean, like, I heard it already, but like, that is a phrase I didn't think I would hear. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not? Type of thing. Old English with ammunition just sounds weird.
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Welcome back, everyone!
Lise!
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
The famous Lise Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
I don't believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Grahatir, at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the First. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
He's a good boy indeed.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it. Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lise, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? All right, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald. And we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Ah, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you used to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
Are you kidding? What meeting? Lead on!
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
Thinly veiled, thinly veiled.
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
So, I missed it. What I missed? I missed some unique special dialogue that could only happen before this quest started. So, we're doing that again, but this time we're going to, it'll be quick. It'll be some quick, and we can skip cutscenes. Like, come on, seriously. We can skip cutscenes to this point, because it's only been, like, one cutscene, right? So, I just wanted to show... some special dialogue that shows up when you do a certain thing. So over in Dawn's Respite, before we start Alizé's quest, if we talk to Grahatia, yeah, this is very old school RPG, JRPG type of thing. I just realized. Anyways, if we talk to Grahatia, we can show him the wind-up pistol toy that we got at the end of patch 5.3. Which I showed off earlier in the last stream. It's the other wind-up Grahatia, but him as the Crystal Arxarch as opposed to him as Grahatia, and we can show it to him. Here you go. Well now. I have my suspicions as to what this is about, but would you be so good as to confirm them for me? Aye, just as I thought. They went ahead with it after all. The artisans of the Mean had come to me with a proposal, you see. In celebration of the knight's return, they asked how I wished to be commemorated, on a coin or as an automaton. Neither, I replied, for all the good it did. They knew I would be embarrassed. It makes no difference what name they give it, yet they did it. Right stubborn lot, they are. As befits the people of Dexterium. They shall be just fine without me, and Lena may rest assured I do not worry for them. Nevertheless, I never cease to pray for their happiness. No longer am I the leader of a nation. Whatever power and influence I may have wielded, I left behind as surely as I left my body. But everything I have felt and experienced, all these things and more I have brought with me, you have brought for me. And I shall carry them close to my heart, always, until the end of my days. It's very sweet and heartwarming. But kind of funny as well, because fucking... we also have special dialogue with Y'shtola as well. No, there's no dating system, unfortunately. I'm sad about that too, but she has some pretty interesting dialogue concerning Seeker of Sun lore and Grahatia in particular. As you know, in Seeker of Sun culture, the title Tia indicates a male who does not preside over territory. In regards to this, Alphinaud came to me with a consultation. The Crystarium may not be a territory in the traditional sense, he said, but our friend governed it with great leadership nonetheless. As such, would it not be inappropriate to call him Tia? As it is by no means disrespectful to omit the title, I told Alphino that he is free to do so if he wishes, but I for one intend to call him by his full name, at least until he has decided what he wants for himself in his new life. So, to give context to that flavor text, Alphino comes up to Y'shtola asking, "Hey, Tia means a male who does not own territory, yet Graha was the leader of a nation. Should we not call him Tia?" And Y'shtola's like, "Oh, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just saying that, like, that's just how it is." In truth, it seems that Alphino is not aware that Tia and Nun are not titles that of power and influence per se, but a title he is not aware that the title refers to whichever is the breeding male. So Alphino's very, very innocent when it comes to that, and I love it. In fact, I think we could talk to him about... No, we can't talk to him about it. Anyways, I thought that was just funny. Some funny flavor text that you wouldn't see otherwise, because it's in between patches. So... we can skip the cutscene since we've seen the entirety of it already, and let's move on! Fun little detour there. When I set out to save Halric, I think Gabu was always at the back of my mind. And having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, I am convinced that the same must be true of the tempered. Similar to those corrupted by the Cineators, the ether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant. And though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, however, and it warrants full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try. But however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness, not when a child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Becklug would remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things can go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And so, before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt, and the combined work of the many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to the wealth of knowledge. Not with the modern scholars, perhaps, but with the ancient counterparts. I know the aliens took a more than passing interest in the subject. And if what we seek is to be found anywhere, it should surely be at the Aetherochemical Research Facility. Well, they experimented on primals and their worshippers, yes? Good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did read the reports on Izzy's Law, which means I will be needing an airship. An airship, you say? Meet me at the northern bank of the Silvertail Lake. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared to travel. This right here, by the way, is the Dawn's Respite. This is where all of our friends were passed out sleeping. This is a new area to Shadowbringers, by the way. It never actually was here before. And you may have noticed that, yeah, like this whole thing wasn't there before. So yeah, I had a thought. I don't know where it went, so just gonna... What am I piloting? Oh, okay. A burb. Why did it take so long to load then? Whatever. Oh. Tataru, let's go. Oh, you're prepared to travel. It's pink. I give you the Bonanza! The Science's very own ship! I built her as a company project with help from our friends at the Rising Stones, and named her for luck and prosperity. Tataru, this is amazing! We'll be able to just fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments were impressive enough, but to build an entire airship? I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Science's fabled coin-keeper. I'd also introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. But that's alright, because we've hired this capable fella here instead. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters. By the way, feel free to use them to get around Aziz's Law. But enough talk. It's time to fly! All aboard! What a name. The Bonanza. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way the airship flies. Tataru has outdone herself. Anyway, here we are, on Aziz's Law, and Alphina's report did not do the scale of this place justice. This appears to be Helix, which means we stand on the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant. Yes, I believe I have my bearings. Well, this is the first time on Aziz's Law. This is my first time on Aziz's Law. I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records on Crystal Tower. Unless I am mistaken, this path leads to an etherite. Beyond that, which there will be an information terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. I wonder why Sid's so busy that we can't take the Enterprise. Or, excuse me, the Excelsior, actually. This is the Excelsior now. Anyways. And here is the terminal. A moment while I search the archives for references for the Temper. There we are. Iconic corruption and overview. That sounds promising. God damn. Give me a moment. Fucking hate being that guy. Fucking hell, that took so much longer than I wanted it to. God damn it. Ah! Whatever. Whew. Where were we at the cutscene? Indeed. Let's see what the report has to say. Let me just take a drink of water. Did not want to waste that much time. Confounded. The contents appear to have been deleted. What? No! Isn't there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid. But it may take that another copy. But it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is where to look. It says here the report was written by someone named Owen. Is it likely that he kept a copy? I would say it is a distinct possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he will have had quarters in the Habisphere. We can ascertain the details at Habisphere Control. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves to the mana cutters. We will need them to reach our destination. I forgot, you already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship then. We'll see you at the Habisphere. God, would that my mom had called me when I was not in the middle of a cutscene, I wouldn't be as fucking pissed as I am right now, but I'm very pissed right now because I just wasted my goddamn time. Not talking to her by any means. No, that wasn't a waste of time. She wanted me to do something, and I ended up saying, like, okay, I just don't have the time right now to do this. Like, I started doing it, and I was like, I'm streaming right now, I can't fucking, like, spend, like, 30 minutes doing this. So... So that's why I'm pissed. But, hopefully that doesn't sound out the rest of the stream. It had to be in the middle of a cutscene. If it wasn't in the middle of a cutscene, I wouldn't be nearly as pissed as I am right now. It was like, oh, I just AFK for a little bit. But no, I was in the middle of a cutscene. I was hanging on a very dialogue thread. Ugh. The late Owen did indeed have a chamber here. This node will be able to tell us its number. There. From what I can recall the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Warning! An evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Habisphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again? No likelihood. The order would have been imposed during the 4th Umbral Calamity. I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Energy level critical. Returning to base for recharging. Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example? Airway results of that, I have an idea. Were we to send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the locks. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they are known to form at points of stagnant ether throughout the continent. You seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that it was in the records too? Ha, I am. A report sent to the capital mentioned that lightning aspected ether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. A minor detail, I guarantee you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much arrogant knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me feel connected to the source. So, I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind, but to finally stand here with the two of you, it's just more exhilarating than that I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the beta quadrant. Oh, but beware of sprites. They won't manifest where the aether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off. What makes me think we should... what makes me think we should make a contest of this? The first to return here with a shard wins. What do you say? Very well. It would be my honor to come third. When your mount key is right next to the enter key, and you keep on trying to mount, but you accidentally enter chat. That is something. That's a problem unique to me. I just realized, but it is a problem I face nonetheless. Stagnant lightning. I wonder if there's a level 60 around here. Seeing me fight level 80 sprites and going like, holy fucking shit, there are level 80 enemies here? I wonder. Because I'm sure the idea of a level 80 enemy, even in existence here, would probably scare the shit out of some level 60 going through the free trial. Just arrived here. Bravo! That was quite a show adventure. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations! The lightning shot is yours! What, no dramatic entrance? You've changed. You remember that? In my defense, I was caught up in a moment. It isn't every day you meet an honest-to-God's hero, after all. Well, the contest continues, so you'd best hurry back. But one last thing. Thank you, Sons, for bringing me here. That is a really, really adorable reference to when we first met Gratia in the Crystal Tower raids. Literally his very first entrance was him being a disembodied voice, congratulating us and saying those exact lines. So... it appears Alize had no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations! Now then, may I have the shot? There you go. What is it that makes you so much better at fighting things? You're just really, really, really bad, because I have a low bar. What do you have that I don't? What do you not have that I do? Is the real question. That is a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Somnus, and not only about the secrets of adventuring, but come, we should attend to our mission. Excellent! The system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the atmosphere. Only one obstacle remains. The security systems within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray, leave the rest to me. If I am right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes, but if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. Well, nothing for it but to sit tight. I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption and overview sounds like a studium thesis. We all had the right one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of ether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphinaud's was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Sharlayan's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, my father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alfredo was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully agree to the death of anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean the roads were long, to be fair to him, though he since learned to be a little more open-minded. But deep down he still holds fast to that one belief, and I admire him for it. I should have liked to meet the young Alphinaud. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the Allegan civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back! I didn't know you attended the studio. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the Students of Odyssean convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Though I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time, I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon's thesis! I shudder to imagine the work involved. But enough of that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Yes, Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it would be stored in this device. Excuse me. Should we find out? Initializing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as guest, please complete biometric authentication. Verifying. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of the royal family. I am at your most humble service, your highness. It never ceases to amuse me. 'Tis but a pity the effect will not last forever. Doga and Une said as much when they granted me this gift. But until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Searching. One item found. Iconic corruption. An overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Well, go on then, your highness. Tell the nice note the password. Right. Let's see. Glory be to Alec. Long live Emperor Zand? Password incorrect. Please try again. Confound it! Come now, passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance... Password! If this works. If this works. The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden. Jesus. What did that thing just call me? Courage! Password incorrect. Again, be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. That's right. Alright, that's it. I say we dismantle it and manually extract what we need. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax a machina into cooperating, it's him. Lest you wonder, Wild Rose was not the password. Come, let us bear the node back to the Rising Stones. I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. Rambrose did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek his help is no pretext. However much I look forward to seeing him again, him and everyone. But come, let us be on our way. Look at him, all but running. How sweet. Still, it wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we? Rising Stones. Alright. It's inside the writings, right of it, Waking Sands. Wonderful news, Somnus. Tataru contacted Sid on our behalf, and he is on his way even as we speak. While we wait, I should like very much to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Clara? As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from our Dome and allies, the War of Succession rages on, and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of greatest concern to us is the Third, a legion aligned with Lord Nerva. It appears they have received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. Oh no. Brutus? Aren't they the ones who took in Yotsuyu and Asahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Urianger will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere with the conflict. And so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they have decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Working with friendly factions among the beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues for peace. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, it is not a problem easily solved. The Luminsons in particular struggle in their efforts, and Alphino and Y'shtola have been called upon to aid them. So long as we're dealing with the Tempered, I'm afraid no matter of dialogue will avail us. If we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed. And on that cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's respite? I'll show Sid in as soon as he arrives. Sid! Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd be slumbering a while longer. Oh, I would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But if an alternate version of myself has already laid them bare, I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something? What is it? Well, a treatment for tempering, and for the next step you need to find a password to this Allegan's report. Just so, with nary a clue to guide us, we could be here forever and still not guess correctly, and thus we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say that we could help you. So I will! Once suitably configured, the Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of some use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Ambrose. It contains an Allegan dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to the terminal and set it to work right away. That's a toaster. Looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Ha! Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I would, my lady. Note. Open a report entitled Iconic Corruption and Overview. Password, freedom. Password accepted. Opening report. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the ether of the soul. Said ether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. But when a subject is exposed to the ether of an icon, this changes, their soul taking on the properties of an entity in question. By way of an example, exposure to the ether of the fiend Sephiroth would cause a subject's ether to become aligned with the element of earth. As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. The repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. The changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. The stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner do the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I have set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects, an endeavor in which we were successful, albeit at a great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Armor. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I tested the decision, and for my impertinence, I have been stripped of rank and title, and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in the hope that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not, and find a cure to the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. That's a Final Fantasy III sound effect. Anyways, so not even the Allagans were able to find a cure, or rather, were not given a chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Armand's decision. More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True. Yet, were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do naught to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal soul over the subject at the same time, or risk of them ever remaining in its thrall. So, if we can only make them remember who they were. But of course, memory transference! The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation, that is, limit the effects to those to only those memories that existed prior to tampering. Excuse me. Through thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith that have come to dominate the individual's faults. I see. The theory seems sound, but our experience treating the light corrupted would help us identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt a memory transference as required? I seem to recall your efforts to do so, while trying to bring us home, culminated in literal bloodletting. They did, you were right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism, and I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it's better that we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics, which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years' worth of tests within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password. But it would take more calculating power. A lot more. I honestly couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Wait. A password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure and a dictionary. With leisure and a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No, he wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective. I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can find and bring them to the right workshop. Right away, Chief! Things are about to get very busy. Luckily, we have you to help, eh? Right, well, Graha and I configured the terminals. I want the rest of you to procure supplies. Namely, ceruleum to fuel the terminals, and ice shots to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shots to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. In that case, I trust Somnus and Alize with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. Fetching again? Take them to the Sky Steel Manufactory in Ishgard and Ceruleum Processing Plant in Fanland. The people there will give you what you need. Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Fanland. Should be more well-known considering I did the machinist quests. So... and the guy that we're gonna talk to is the machinist teacher, so he should recognize me. Might have different dialogue. I don't know. To the Sky Steel Manufactory. Let's go. From alone. Welcome back, Master Somnus. May I serve you this day? How may I serve you this day? The Ironworks is requesting ceruleum. So you are after ceruleum. In that case, please present the note to our engineer at the airship landing. He shall be glad to assist you. Airship landing indeed. Okay, that's not the, teacher, the machinist teacher. This guy is the machinist teacher. But he still recognizes me. Anyways. Oh no! He's hanging for dear life! Oh. Whatever. Okay. Hey, it's not a problem I can solve. Airship landing. That would be near the Athenian. Sky Steel Engineer. Let's go. Let's talk. Ceruleum. You've come to the right man. Fair warning though. The price has shot up on account of the uncertainty of the Empire, so I hope you've got the coin. Yeah, the Ironworks should. Well now, a promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of these. Not that it's a problem. It's as good as gold to me.
My friend! After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places. As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course. Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find. I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you? But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day?
Yeah, just looking for ceruleum. Ironworks
A
project.
cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me.
Yeah, it was a small project.
Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it. In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
Who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much? Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Or have the leader of a nation be very, very gay for you.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it. Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance? Ha! Some people have all the luck.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
Oh, he's back. Oh, he's back.
It's been a while, hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering. But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
He's part of the Ironworks now, yes. He did become part of the Ironworks back in Stormblood during the Omega quests. Spoiler, technically, but I mean, that was a while ago.
For all the effort it took to track you down after your latest disappearing act, you could find the cure for death, and it wouldn't be worth the trouble.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel not only across dimensions, but through time. Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 parts to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Whatever you say, Garland.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin. All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
Sleeping.
Damn it. It's overloading.
Chief! She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close! So very close!
Oh.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There! I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
Man's memorized the most complex magic of our time in like 2 seconds.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
Yeah, Gratia is kind of OP. He can memorize spells very, very, very quickly. So, at long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate. We cannot be certain until such time as we put it to the proof, but I'm quite confident. Well, if we're to test it on someone, then I suggest Kaboo. His symptoms are relatively mild. It'll be fine, I'm sure of it. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution, it will be fine. Well, without further ado then, let's make for Limsa. We've kept Kaboo waiting long enough. Maelstrom command, yes. Oops. Limsa. Oh god, how long has it been since I've actually been in Limsa, actually? Because I haven't actually gone there the past couple of weeks. How's it looking right now? A week before Endwalker launch? Or a week before Endwalker early access, I should say. I kept on calling Endwalker launch, or I kept on calling it Endwalker launch yesterday. It's technically Endwalker early access, but it might as well be launch. Activity is plentiful, but not crazy. Master command, develop with the maybe kind of thing. Well, this is the moment of truth. I'll have our host bring Kaboo to us at once. Achoo! Ah, bless me. That was a scream sneeze.
Apologies for the wait. Kaboo, have you been good? Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment? Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Ah, nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin. Yes, this will do. And now, it's my turn. Tis done.
No small amount indeed.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allegans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one. I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
Well, this seems as good a spot as any to have a rest.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
Well, if it's any consultation, she's in awe of your work.
She told you of my graduation thesis. How very embarrassing. Nonetheless, it is comforting and not a little surprising to hear that I'm still capable of impressing my sister. On the rare occasions I'm not annoying her, that is.
Oh, speaking of her, is she okay?
Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Gaboo!
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gaboo, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of Porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
I have to go now, Gaboo, but the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
Alright. Moving on to... As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first. But this seems as good a time as any. Come, let us make for her cave. paying a visit to Master Matoya. That's a really good, like, Black Mage inspired glam. Nice and inspired. The Idol Fire. There it is. There's a lot here. Okay, just checking the message there. To Master Matoya's cave, through the hinterlands. So, I am delighted to say, by the way, that, since we're going to Old Charlian, I think I mentioned this before, but since we're going to Old Charlian, this whole area is kind of like the basis for what Old Charlian's gonna look like. The architecture and whatnot, and basically Old Charlian's gonna look like this place, but like newer, and I'm very excited about that. In fact, I've seen a couple of the previews already, and yeah, it basically is, and that's good, because it's cool. I take it you are ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of Master and Pupil. Very well.
Nary a word from you all this time, then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
No, you probably shouldn't say that out loud. And by probably, I mean definitely.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Aw. Faux pas, man. Faux pas.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
Oh, that's a good preface for our current conundrum.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I am proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day. So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxes with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were. Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Moldy old hole. What? Alright, off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiar is there. That may be, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what has become of it. Oh, there's sure to be a handful of feral familiars, and mayhap a monster or two, but nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider cleaning up the place payment for my help. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, if there are no other objections, I suggest you run along to the Maker's quarter. I'll send one of my pirogues ahead to let you into the workshop. You need only tell him who you are. One can't be too careful, after all. Off you go! So we are going to... That's the next dungeon. The dungeon for patch 5.4 is us going through Matoya's old workshop. You can play cards with this Frogo? Huh. You can play cards with the frogs. Neat, but also terrifying that frogs aren't off the table for 100%ing triple triad. I wonder what else isn't off the table for triple triad. I know that you can triple triad with some of the Hagen and other beast tribes as well. The fucking, like, imagine, like, going up to fucking... Actually, I can't even say Garleans, because there are Garleans that I know of that you can play triple triad with. So. Who can't you play triple triad with, actually? That's a stupid question. That is a stupid question, actually, because fucking in Final Fantasy VIII, where Triple Triad originated. You could play Triple Triad with literally every single NPC. The definition of insanity, but yeah. Pororogo. Greetings, Ribbit, and welcome to my old good mistress's route. Pororogo is my name, and I am honored to be your guide. Within you will find a space dedicated to the making of familiars, along with a cavern wherein the requisite ingredients may be had. I must warn you, however, that the place has not played host to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years, and, well, I regret to be in some disarray. But rest assured, my brothers and I shall see to it that you do not lose your way. Now then, Ribbit, let me say the word, I will show you in. It's only appropriate that we bring Y'shtola along with us. I'll bring G'raha's
I stand
healer,
ever ready.
because he is good at healing. This is the NPC I was talking about, by the way. Being better than the Crystal Exarch is the Crystal Exarch himself, aka G'raha. He is a better healer. Not a better healer, but he's a better in general. I don't know what more he has specifically, but he has more. And I don't think I turned on skip cutscenes since the last stream, so we can watch the opening establishing shot. Latoya's relic. Very old school fantasy witch aesthetic. I like it.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients. Listen well to what the Porogos say, or you'll wish you had.
Alright, let's do some prerequisite housekeeping rules. Petting G'raha for one. And then petting Y'shtola as well. And well, why not? Let's complete the set and pet Alize. Alphinaud's not here, unfortunately. I can't pet him. First things first, we need to harvest some clay. The clay can be had at Clay Cauldron Ribbit. Previous photo if you would. Y'shtola also said something at the very beginning. I never thought I would see this place again. Because Y'shtola used to be Matoya's pupil, so she was operating here. As well. And G'raha responds, we'll be counting on your local knowledge. What creatures have since taken up residence, I wonder? Whatever they are, we'll make short work of them. Please follow me, Ribbit, and put down any pests that bar the way. We can double pull. We can double pull. G'raha, get over here.
I will not hold back!
We can double pull. Again, it doesn't really matter whether or not I do double pull. It's basically curated, specifically calculated to take 20 minutes. 20 to 30 minutes, maybe 40. A longer time than if players were doing this. Players take 15 minutes to go from start to finish. This poll would be done by now, for example, to put into perspective.
Allow me.
Gratia is using Holy a lot more than Crystal Weapon. I'll manage to assist you with the gap crit. Hopping spell. The next pull is only a couple more entrances. Double pull this as well. I did not imagine the place would be so infested with it. Why are they not coming over here? Gratia!
This is going to leave a mark.
You're the only one who's loyal to me here. Unfortunate. Okay. Wow. Gratia can actually heal double pulls, like, really, really well. I'll limit it to double pulls, but, he can actually handle it very well. Gratia, you're such a good boy, man. Bro, he's a good healer. I did not expect him to actually handle double pulls like this well. Granted, the double pulls of this dungeon aren't really that much harder than single pulls. Not very hard at all, but he handles it like a champ, man. The clay is across the way. You'll just need to deal with the mudman first. Ribbit. Is that supposed to be a golem? Aye. This is what happens when you neglect to tidy up. You're one trick. But then again, this is a much larger workshop than anything you still really operated in. So. This will be interesting with NPCs. And a lot of what makes this mechanic work with player-made parties is the improv that's required to really do this well. There's a lot of improv that goes into doing this mechanic, by the way. Everyone does seem to be in like very curated, specific, predestined destinations. But, you can fit all 4 players onto the same hole here, and not have them hit each other, or hit the balls with each other. It takes a lot of improvisation and a big mess, but it works.
Stubborn.
But yeah, I wonder if the positions are the same. No, they're slightly different. Did it go to the one that's nearest to them, I guess, maybe? Or maybe it's dependent on, like, who the AI is based on. Oh, no. And you see, I fucked up the mechanic. If you fuck it up, it grows bigger and it does more damage, and eventually kills you when it comes to a certain size. The Mudmen have blocked some more of these. This is a configuration I've never seen before, actually. This specific one. Then again, the fight rarely goes on this long, actually. I was actually expecting a limit break to show up at this point. Guess not. Now that we have our clay ribbit, let us return to the inn. Excellent work, everyone. If I didn't know better, I would say you were having fun. Okay. Just in my seat position here. Next, we need to get the water flowing again. So what's next? Water? That's right. Water to work the clay. Another froggo said, "It will be my pleasure to show you to the clear note cauldron, Ribbit. Please use this portal." How often did I come here to fetch water from Master Matoya's tea? For your own safety, I ask that you keep close to me. I have to do a lot more to establish aggro now. Yushito is a fun NPC to go through this dungeon with, since, like, she's been here before. But not only since she's been here before, she kind of lived here, yeah? So she was training to Master Matoya. Please wait while I move the lift ribbit. Put this down. We might not be able to double pull this. We'll try, but I don't think we will be able to. There's a lot of enemies to deal with. We'll see. Hopefully I'm not overwhelming with this, since he's gonna have to sustain me for a while longer in this pull. Not too much longer, the enemies are weak. There's a lot of them after all, but I mean there is a lot of them, so who's to say? I say that as a cast Sully. Oh, but it didn't go off, I don't think. You have to move out of the alien team.
Stubborn!
Ah, there's Holly.
You underestimate me!
The little spring yonder ought to put a spring in your step, Ribbit. I wonder if I should put the mic closer to me. There. Because I might be quiet. This is only a single pull. This is the only pull of this next part. It's frustrating because there's only 3 of them and you're forced to use all your... Well, not forced to use all your cooldowns, but you have this big conundrum of... As a DPS, use your offensive cooldowns, or hold them off for the boss, because the boss is next. As you see, I have elected to use my offensive cooldowns. For the most part. I'm not going to use the Lyrium. The Lyrium's a long cooldown. And it's very important to my location. I was kind of freaked out there I thought I saw Alize with the disconnect symbol on her. And I was just like, how in the world can an NPC disconnect? I sent some mischievous presents, Ribbit. Please take care. This will be some fun lore. Nixie. Oh god, it's still here. So, this is one of Y'shtola's old creations when she was like 5 years old. As you'll see from its dialogue, it very much is the creation of a 5-year-old. I'm sure Y'shtola, when she was a tiny little girl, was very, very proud of this. Not so much anymore. I think she's like really, really embarrassed that this thing's still alive. And it's grown probably as well. But yeah, Y'shtola made this and she was a 5-year-old when she made this. Cute.
Allow me.
I will not hold back.
Hey yo. What? Y'shtola, I get it that you're fucking angry that this thing's still alive, but you can calm down on the flares. You could calm down on the flares. Also, very appropriate music to be fighting a 5-year-old's creation here.
This is going to leave a mark.
Fellas. Well, only one of you is a fella, but still. Oh, that was pretty sick. Okay, this time we don't want to get hit by the splashes. Because we don't want to be flying out of the arena this time. Last time we wanted to be flown out of the arena because then we would land on the cloud and not get hit by the big explosion. Oh, it whimpers. Nothing is so bothersome as a familiar made by an untrained hand. The water's flowing again, Ribbit. What is happening? If we had Alphino in our party, that would have been a much more substantial dialogue, I think. If I remember correctly. I don't know, we could go for it with other NPCs as well. Because other NPCs have dialogue, even if this is our lot. Last but not least, we need to fire up the kiln. Step through the fire. Okay. Alize says, ugh, I'm freezing to my sodden clothes. And Y'shtola responds, why not? We will be warm again soon. Very warm. To that, we are going to go into the kiln now. We will be very warm indeed. Gratia has really cool, or not cool, but cute dialogue here. Good heavens! Good heavens! Is the magma rainbow colored? Spectacular! The product of dissolved crystals, lest you wonder. Yeah, Gratia is very excited that it's rainbow colored. What? The ribbit? And this was because they dissolved crystals to make rainbow colored lava. They melted colored rocks to make this. This is concerning.
Allow me.
No longer concerning. Okay, step back. Ooh, okay, these things really do need to die first. I hate their AoEs.
Gloves are off.
If you cast the foul.
I will not hold back.
The little magma can't stop this rivet. Rivet, there's that big brute again. There's only a couple more enemies we can handle. Yeah, the only unfortunate thing about having Graha as the healer is, he can't use shields because he's a white mage when he's healing. His only shield is Divine Venison, which is amazing for me because I don't really need more shields to have Blackest Night. But if I were a Gunbreaker, that would be a huge problem. Or actually, more accurately, if I were a Paladin. Pally doesn't actually get any shields. Ironic, considering it's got a shield. Anyways. Honestly, smite this fiend once and for all, Rivet. Actually, despite its appearances, this NPC is independent of the lava. So, I can... Since it's a Phobad monster, so... I can pull it out of the lava like that. And fight it on the ground like this. I don't know why you would need to! Other than possessionals, I guess. But, yeah, it's kind of awkward and weird to look at it like this, yeah? I don't know why it isn't... I mean, I get it as a Phobad monster. So, I guess it isn't attached to lava, but still. What a fiery battle that was, and I don't mean the magma. Your destination waits. Rivet, rivet. Now the kiln should be ready. Aye, let us return to Master Matoya. Alright, it's time to bake ourselves a porksy. No dialogue from the party members here? Okay. Let's bake the porksy.
Right then. Let's get this over with. Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
Mother Porksy. Ugh. It's the boss fight of this dungeon, yes. is the final boss fight. We have to subdue it. Her. It's got a gender. It's a her. It's a mother Porksy. Oh, she looks like a little queensy. This is adorable. Regal raiment? Really? God, beside, I suspect the creature will be anything but regal. Yep. Alright, we'll fight. Most intense music to fight. I mean, like, given the Shadowbringers soundtrack motif in general, it is a wonder that they decided that because of the boss, even despite the boss music being what it is, they make us fight the cutesiest of enemies throughout this dungeon, except for the first fucking boss.
I will not hold back.
Alright, this next mechanic is going to suck us in. It'll go always to the other side of that with a pound. Barbecue? What? Oh, yeah, right. It'll suck us into that area, which is barbecue area, which is not good, because, yeah. And we have to run against the wind here to avoid it. We also don't want to get hit because that blows us back, and yeah. That is Tankbuster. Ow. She's hitting herself. So she's up in the air right now, actually. And we have to kill this wind sprite to launch us up into the air. Just know. So launch us up in the air. We'll know where she is. She's gonna be there and gonna blow us this way. So we have to move closer here. And so that she'll blow us into the safe zone.
This is going to leave a mark.
I could have chosen much better words there, but I refuse to acknowledge it. Oh, come on. Okay. Tenderloin. I don't think that's magic damage, actually. It could be magic damage, though, in which case I would very much question whether or not, or why it is magic damage.
Just the beginning.
Ugh. Blow us away again. Come on, let's see you use that limit break. No? It'll be at the very end when the limit break is available.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater!
It's dead. Never have I seen something more adorable and delicious in my life. Yeah, when this dungeon came out, everybody was talking about how the Mother Porksy here was dinner. I was hoping, actually. I'm gonna get rid of these. I was hoping you would get the. I was gonna get the old drippy minion. It's what that second boss there would have probably looked like when Yastella made it. when she was like 5 is tiny. Yeah. I should have read the favorite text. I will after this cutscene.
There we are. Quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more. That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porkses. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy. A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say. Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the Mother Porksy with additional ether.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone, we're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
In addition to the porkses, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
Last yonder, Master Matoya has returned to her cave with Yishtoma. They are as peas in a pod, are they not? You now enter Matoya's relic with a party of NPC avatars. Well then, oh, I was right on top of a girl. I'm sorry. I completely covered her up. I didn't even realize. Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa and deliver the good news to the Admiral. A word to the officer in Billwick Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience. We're nearing the end of the patch and our first break, so... Because I do need to eat in a bit. Oh wait, no, that's Glory Call. Hold up, I need to respond to this message as well. Okay. Let us go. Oh, they're already here. Huh? Even as we speak, we are weaving a new future. And when all becomes history, I hope that those who follow may look back with gladness. If we offer them the means to cure the Tempered, the beast tribes are far more likely to listen. Though the Admiral is not expecting us, I'm certain she will want to hear our report. Come, let us request an audience. Let's go. My friends, what brings you here this day? Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tempering. As often as I've been in awe of you Scions, I would not have thought it possible. And yet it is Admiral. We have done it, here in Limsa, and prediction of more familiars has already begun. You have my thanks. Truly, this will do much to advance the cause of peace, yet I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt man and beastman. Bah, even to speak thus divides us. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples. Though summoning in the Tempered may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but symptoms of it. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. It was I who moved that the Alliance renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, we Luminsons have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sagan for control over the seas has only grown fiercer. a matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, and so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak, I proclaimed to all who'd listen, and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. And I thought it high time that I followed suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbors in Vilbrand than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Aye, acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds, we had intended to seek an audience with a prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would founder without them. I am given to understand that the leader, Captain Hilfer, has been bedridden for some while with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads a man named Sickard, but recently risen to prominence among their ranks. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We have invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I have tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues with uncovering his motives, but they have learned naught of any value. Leave it to us. We have a nose for the truth. Whatever the Sickard wants, we'll find out. Truly, I would be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn, then. Good luck. By way of a first step, we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know the Sickard. If you could approach the pirates on this, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. Upper decks. Drowning Wench. I need to go out. Myself. Just real quick. I got it. Alright. Let's go. Oh, I should probably read that flavor text for Stoll's familiar. Drippy here. This young Nixie began life as rainwater that fell in Abalathia's spine, and later found its way to Matoya's relics via the Faliak River. Having witnessed its elder kin summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light, it decided to follow the age-old adage of if one cannot beat them, one must needs join them. You want to know about Sigurd? He's a wily bugger is what he is. Found some clever way to make coin and traded it for Mutskait's place at all Hilfir's side. It was a timely race the executioners for a pick at the Empire's feet, but the Gallians are gone and them days with them. On which we've all had to look for other ways to make men's meat, with that jumped up village rat secret landing the juiciest, whatever it may be. Not that we sirens a struggle in mind. We do well enough garden fishing boats from the fishbacks and other beasties. Get the first pick of produce for their trouble, see? Quality stuff at a bargain price. This we pass our sisters, as we can't say on account of getting old or wooden or with child. And then cook it up and sell it for a pretty profit. Simple. Oh, I miss the old ways. Don't get me wrong. But when I see the girls with their little ones, I think to myself, life of peace and quiet ain't all that bad. Lest you wonder, I could not understand a single word of what she said. The pirate accent is fun, but really, really fucking thick when it comes to these guys, so it's hard. Actually, by virtue of which, I should probably just skim over the dialogue here as opposed to try painfully to have a drunken pirate accent. Curious about Sicker, don't you? I say as I forgot that this is the Durandare guy. Yeah. As am I, my friend, as am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that the bloody executioners experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of some debate. As you know, the phallocracy permits us to attack only Gallian vessels, yet these have all but vanished from the seas since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading with the East, but the executioners are less forward-looking. I cannot imagine they would willingly abandon the old ways. So how then? Are they lining their coffers? Whatever the secret, they are not like to share with their rivals, but mayhap you will have more luck. Alfie? Where's our boy? He is in the lower decks in Bjork Hall. We might have to take our break earlier because I'm starting to get hungry. It do be like 3:30 right now actually, so that would make sense that I'm hungry. I see everyone has returned. Now, who would like to go first? So, just as the Imperial prey began to disappear, Sika turned the executioner's fortunes around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to the tavern keeper I spoke to, the crew has been indulging themselves as never before. But now a small amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they are coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbour Herald. The publication has been investigating the secret of the executioner's good fortune, and making little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. And I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries on Hawkins' Alley, an interesting fact came to light just as the executioners began to enjoy their fortunes. The price of crystal went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curious, I contacted Hoary Boulder, who has been watching the movements of the beast tribes, and my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relations between the Beast Tribe and the Phalasocracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan have made an appearance of late, suggesting that the kobolds in Zahagan lack the means with which to summon them. Do you mean to say the executioners are divesting them of their crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes. Though we have no hard evidence against it yet. We must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I have already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. Provisions. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals had recently arrived in Lominsa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystals' provenance. The man is due to be at Oshan's Embrace in Lower Nanoska shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. Alright, let's go on. Elfino. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait, if he truly is in league with the bloody executioners, he will surely be wary of us allied to the Admiral. Zion's not least of all. Compared to yours and Somnus's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of buyer. Graha is right. And even if you aren't recognized on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with society's underbelly. Genteel? Ah, but very well. I'll leave it to you, Graha. Got business with me, Catboy? You're the crystal wholesaler? That I am, but you're no merchant. So, what do you want the crystals for? Don't look at us, you idiot! You'll give yourself away! Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? And you need crystals to make stuffs like that fine specimen you got there. That's right! I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use not but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares. Well, we don't invite just anybody into our storehouses. Takes time to establish trust, you understand? Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I will not quibble over the price. Alright, it's plain that no ordinary crystal adorn in your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me. It seems to be working. Let's follow them. Ooh. They went into that tunnel, quietly now. You won't find any finer, especially not for the price. Indeed, I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them, if that's your worry. They're from Montgomery, if you take my meaning. Stuff's as pure as it gets. You won't be disappointed, so how much do you want? Taken from the kobolds, just as we suspected. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around. Slowly. I'm sick of acting captain of the bloody executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are. Scions. And we also know who you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, you see. Comes with being the only true pirate left in Limsa. So we established you ain't here to buy crystals. Question is, what are you here for? You are bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but I would explain your swift rise to power. You have spoken plain, and so I shall return the favor. We come here to learn why the bloody executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa make peace with kobolds, you would lose the source of your newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag, but it don't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet is because we don't want ones taking our business. Wait, just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Him, especially. While the Maelstrom were worrying about dirting their fancy red clobber, you outstormed Ogumaro and battered Bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. And now we're following in your footsteps, making sure the beastmen never summon the stinking gods again. Practically your successors we are. When there are still Imperial ships about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after them. But with the Guardians gone, there's no one left to ply our trade except the beastmen. So let's have at that. Eh? Only fair. Contentious though you may find your views, it is true you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face. Unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Well said. Well said indeed. Alright, I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. The Estalisha. I trust she won't turn down the invitation? I thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsa Lumensa are not to be trifled with. But all is well that ends well. Grahatia's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sigurd has agreed to a meeting. Let's hurry back to Limsa Lumensa and pass on his invitation to the Admiral. Okay, I can't take it anymore. I'm too hungry. I'm going to go get a snack. I'll still leave and eat, but I'm just getting a snack. Just to satiate hunger for a little bit. Alright. Back I am. Let's move. Excuse me. It's probably close to windows. It's raining outside. That's very cold. Alright. Let's go up to the command room. Please don't be voiced so I can just... Oh. Maybe it's voiced? No. Welcome back, my friends. What news? So they have been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sigurd's invitation, and I would have you join me as guests. The future of Limsa hangs on the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the science present to bear witness.
Look who's come crawling!
Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sigurd, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right!
Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a Kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all Laminsons here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel. Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will! It's the captain! Captain Ilfair!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Limsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand 'cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You've the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
That was a quick cutscene. Though I had anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hilfir would intervene. But full glad am I that he did. It would have been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp had learned a valuable lesson, and we have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. Great ship builder. Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail unless their minds can first be wrested from the grip of their gods. And so, in the meeting we seek to arrange with the kobolds, I would have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We will open his ears to reason. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there is something you should know. Some 50 years passed, when the Sahagin swarmed at our halls in ever greater numbers. Limsa entered into a covenant with the kobolds. To men shall go the bounty of the sea, to kobolds shall go the bounty of the land. An ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. I inadvertently announced the wording was ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, moving in to claim the northern reaches of Lenevska, which the kobold believed theirs. Bloodshed followed, then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went, till every elm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. It is not history, you understand, it is the present, fresh and raw, and with their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust, even should we cure their temper. Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to meet him in the first place. And so we must provide a reason. I will restore the stolen crystals to them, and personally deliver the cargo, along with my apologies. Wait, they would welcome us into their midst not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. Aye, and given the wealth of crystals we will bring, I'll wager they will attempt to summon Titan there and then. Meaning a high priest would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish I would catch, but he would not do it alone. He will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards on hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. Yet a single death of the kobolds aside would jeopardize our chance at peace, and there my venture founders. Yet it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's Chain? Though we would still be able to weaken... we would still have to weaken the kobolds. It would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. The artifact Mistvered used to take goods and not life. Aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal. So, friends, what do you think of our strategy? The effects of tempering look cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of effort to reverse its effects, not to mention time. Time during which Alize would be defenseless. Even should we all look to her protection, I am not convinced we can keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take that risk. It's not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Tesseline would do, and had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbrand. So I'm going to cure that peace, or die trying. I believe in you, Alize. And I believe in you too. You and everyone. I know you'll keep me safe. Then it's settled then. See to your preparations and make for Camp Overlook. We will join you there and on. Alright. Alize. Alphinaud wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us and focus on your own task. Indeed. And should you want for Aether, you need only say the word. Kaboom! Did you follow us here? There's something important that I want to say to the High Priest. Express state stay! Please let me come with you, please! I'm sorry, it's far too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning their crystals in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by Patriarch Zadar of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you are ready, let us proceed to the Ogomoro mines at once. Well, it has actually been a while since we've seen the whale mount. The only thing I can't get used to with the whale is sheer size. It's huge. Like, I almost think I don't have a mount every time I fire it up, just simply because of how fucking huge it is. That's not an entrance? Oh, wait, no. I don't need to take that entrance. Take this entrance over here. Over here. Merlub. This Aetheryte will bear us to our quarry. Should he take to summon Titan, as I anticipate, we will halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose, and we will have an army of kobolds to entertain till Alize's work is done. Just remember, none must die. We weaken them, and let Ainzar do the rest. It is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond the squall.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib FFXIV, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Now, Alize! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
Alright. Let's do it.
We must protect Alize!
There! Some stuff goes to me. We'll deal with them all at once. Angelo. Only a quarter of it is gone. Whoa. Ugh, his tempering's too severe. Can't finish the job. This one person's even alone is not enough.
Oh, just what we need.
They're targeting us. Everyone, stay close. Okay, Grahatia had Alize covered. He used cover on me. Alpha, no. Lend Alize to Aoife.
Here you are, Alize.
Thanks, you two. I'll give it another try. Bombs! We can't let them get near Alize. I'm nearing my limit.
More! I need more ether! Just a little more!
Okay, kill the grenades. Oh, I'm on my own here. Oh. 7 hills, there's too many. Leave us to me! Stand clear, all of you! Oh goodness. Of all the rest of the things. Alize, now's your chance! Please, let this work. Not enough. Monster, Solmus, please lend me your ether too. Oh, goodness. Oh no. You're dead now, girl. Finished, done for, dead! No, you don't. No, Admiral! It's too dangerous! I made my decision before I came here. No matter what it costs me, Limsa will have peace! Okay. I'll finish the job here. Damn, I'm feeling the effects of this weakened state here. Fortunately, he has less HP now, too. Oh, goodness. Okay. Come on, I can get him, I can get him, I can get him. And there he goes. Solmus, just a little more ether. I can finish this. Thank you. It'll work this time, I promise.
Yes, this will do. Here I go. Go, Angela!
Did it work?
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
No. No, 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 no! Why? Why would I do such a thing?
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were! What choice had we but to call upon the Divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None. And I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the Pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the Pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world, if you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
Twould seem we have found a way forward with the kobolds. Next, we will help the Second Order to free their tempered brethren from thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course, and it will take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest, but reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true, so instead I will say thank you for helping us to plot a new course not only for Limsa Lominsa, but for all of Eorzea. Futures Rewritten. That's the name of the patch, so this is the last quest of the patch. It's just cutscenes. Literally just cutscenes.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
What in the world is that? A tower?
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea. Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert. Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
I'll do a little bit of a spoiler alert. These towers don't leave. I mean, obviously they don't. They seem to be a huge plot point that wouldn't be resolved within a patch now, would they?
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Rocket preserved!
It can't be.
The palace! After them!
You're here, good.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why, even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Is that Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
Towers. What are they for?
My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Asians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire. And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! you! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering!
This is what happens when nihilism reaches the maximum.
I'm different, you see. From the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe. I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles. We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage. Ah, but I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash.
Quite a petty reason, don't you think?
Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
Thank goodness everyone's safe. We've managed to put out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Raban, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit and investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you. No, you won't. You rest. From what Meru tells me, you're due some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we'll be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest. Very well. But if you need our help, don't hesitate. Take care, both of you. Alright, let's finish up the quest. I'm really hungry. But yeah. I mean, cutscene really spoke for itself there, really. Most of the cutscenes really do speak for themselves, but holy shit. Yeah. And we're also, it's also like getting recent as well. Like we're starting to get into content that released just this year, so not really much I could say other than neat. Ah, you're good. You're back too. Good. We received the reports from the Alliance. Since we are all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in El Amigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account. Also, Bahamut's back, yes. It is Lunar Bahamut this time. No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It would all seem tediously unpredictable, but for the endless variety of our foes. This Van Daniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged, perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime and theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We know only that he intends to recreate the final days, and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He also called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creature certainly did resemble the Elder Primal. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Van Daniel would suggest that they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it is some manner of simulacrum, born of Asian magics. Whatever it is, for now we can work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Y'shtola? I have been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judge it best to provide them with the cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I traveled to Ul'dah and delivered the porxies to her grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The immortal flames had been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amalja when negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Amalja claimed that a number of their kind have been abducted, and that men are responsible. Naught is known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the immortal flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Van Daniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn that they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they have been sighted as far afield as Yanxia. It would seem reasonable to assume that they are everywhere, yet we have simply not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little for now save remain vigilant. And since we're dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. Estinian! Estinian? Now, just a moment. If you could be persuaded to lend us his lance, I would be the first to welcome it, but the truth is, we will struggle even to find him. You let me and Cry worry about that. We'll sniff him out no matter where he's hiding. If indeed he is hiding, we have ways of locating him regardless. So if there are no objections, we shall depart at once. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them on the use of porxies. They would doubtless appreciate it. Might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You would be fresher for the tasks ahead. Well, my friend, our moment of triumph did not last long. Aye. Oh dear, are you not enjoying our adventure? Come now, I didn't say that. Well, it may not be the most carefree experience. There's nothing in this world I'd rather do than write a new future with you. A long future, mind. Whatever the Twelfthroy might hope. We'll stop them, won't we? Together. one more cutscene, because it's the end of the patch. Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Glory be. Glory be. Glory be. Glory be to Garlemald!
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Right, we gotta check in on our Xenos here.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing him that you await his coming, though I confess I may have singed him a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
No more katana. No more fighting katana Xenos now. He's finding a new weapon. Whatever shall it be? It's as if it's not obvious in the Endwalker promotional trailers. I guess it's time is over to take my break. Holy shit, that was 4 hours. I didn't expect patch 5.4 to be 4 hours long. It was 4 hours long, and actually more accurately 3.5 hours long, but still. That means that 5.5 is a chunker of a boy, so I'm gonna try and make this break as swift as possible, but no promises. Wonderfully enough, karaoke's happening again, so expect some background noise, maybe not, I don't know. Let's just try and barrel through this next part. So yeah, onto the breach. Alizé is waiting patiently for the return of certain scions, not least of all you. Good news, Somnus. Vagrant and Orion J have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, shall we? Let's get right back into this. Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble, but from what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tampering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consultation, I myself was a little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alizé, Grah, and Somnus, but I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't been all tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed on our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that you're one Orion J short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try, repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Raban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhap you would do the same for us. Indeed! It was just as Lee said. Worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the Third, however, were notably by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Vandaniel? Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Orion J, certain aspects of its designs were clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magic, in other words. Yet as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed, or tempered. We want to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Vandaniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth is, whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. We have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Orion J. Which reminds me, I have a message from El Amigo. Raban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he has requested your presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied them one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter. As I promised Cryo, we need not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Orion J before the meeting. I may or may not turn up the music to in an attempt to drown out the karaoke. A smidge though. It's more than a smidge. That's like 30, but yeah. Alamegan quarter. Let's go. I dare say we have like maybe another 5 or 6 hours ahead of us. It's a longer patch than 5.4, yes. Much longer. But eventfully, I don't remember much happening. So, who's to say? Come on. Up and away. Through the streets. Down onto here. We're almost done with everything at least, so. Almost to Endwalker, so. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As we are to see you safely return from your mission, Orionje, I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, well, if it isn't Alphino's merry band. Orenvold! Whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Lipo, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say it isn't part of it? But no, about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown tall after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elzen are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Aurochs such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Aye, it was not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions. Vermin breeder towered over me nonetheless. Arnvald brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, for Dola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Fordolo's going with him, that must mean... My apologies. As Arnvald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let's be about it.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoi's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. It was with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar, and that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Oh, come on, why are you surprised?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Fuck. Now that that's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under proverbial hat, under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldvar and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Aldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, Ray. It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. Ah, I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
That is a lengthy introduction mission, but lengthy introduction quest, but Here be dragons. So Stinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. Ishgard we go. I should really get soundproofing from the room. Not for the stream's sake. I don't think the stream is picking up the karaoke. Thank God. For my sake, because it's driving me nuts. Anyways, let's find Estinian. I think I shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory, so perhaps you can try the congregation? Elysia might well have heard news of her friend's return. Anyways, we're just almost done. We're like a lot of hours left, but still almost done. Because this is the last patch, and again, I don't really remember it being that eventful, at least the first part of it. So, but then again, now that I'm thinking about it, it probably was extremely eventful. So, have you seen Estinian? I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard. But as I expect you remember, he is willing to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Emmerich, only to find him absent. In any event, I am afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Alright. Perhaps indeed. Grahatia. And Alize. I gotta speak with Alize instead. This next cutscene's really fun. It's cute and wholesome and everything, so.
No sign of him.
Well,
Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
well, not wholesome, but it's fun.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
Oh no, the guy. The guy is a shadow, man. And nobody talks about him.
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
That is gonna be
You
very
look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
An ilm taller and twice as rugged. And head patcher as well.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Let's not. Let's not.
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side.
And he doesn't know that Alphino has a twin sister. Yes, yes. Now let's move on. Oh.
To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Girl, you can calm down. Enough of the fanboying.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Do you not know? I don't think we ever mentioned that Alphino had a twin sister near Estinian, did we? I don't think Estinian knows that Alphino had a twin sister, no.
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long. No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
He's a little more nonchalant about it.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again.
Now that he's learned that he has a twin, yes.
What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
Estinian seems much happier.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge.
Really?
But maybe that's changed. he seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Well, you can't keep them all to yourself forever. We do a little teasing.
Keep him to my... You're joking, aren't you? I'd be glad if someone would take him off my hands.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Aziz La.
Aziz La? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Aziz La, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azizlar together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less... blunt?
I mean... words can barely describe this man. I don't know what words the history books or Alphino was using, but words are not enough to describe Estinian. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We're here. It has been quite some time since I last set foot in Azizlar, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Dove's Cauldron, but I have studied the relevant records. Which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Somnus is the person to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one of us who have met Tiamat face to face. Let's just say it helped that Midgard Summer was there to introduce me. Ah, yes, you were a friend of her father. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her. A worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. Oh God, it's loud now. I wished to see if she yet harbored feelings of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her even now. I see. Then the original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Alright. Tiamat awaits. This way. Tiamat. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a loading screen. Or, not a loading screen, a cast time. There was a loading screen.
Edkin Elfin, Wafesk les non in.
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Bahamut's... There's another incarnation of Bahamut out there. Yet another! It's
Noloskin Eshan Olankin Waha Listran Miran Oh Esk an esh ikin in Esknir lei an esh in.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Mera ash an shish ash an I die by now. Ten esh an esk in esk I an kin antun u esh I ines.
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
Snosk anta in Dramon.
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Santalan infan antosk Kous lent an Ale o esk an in Ale kum ak in.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Snoska Dramon kin Nestra in Iles I Nesh an Ala Mik Nalstra ul an Antal an Small
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Osk she's in.
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Sahaan, Seth Sol, Kin Bahamut, and An Sumon, Na An Ingles, Snaloles Dishan, Na Ala An Ul An Sin An Stan In.
Cutscene after cutscene. So, while proxies have been shown to be effective in curing the template, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process has failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information there? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Elegants kept detailed records on all their notable captives, and I know exactly where they were. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphinaud Son is here long enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see us through? Rest assured, Sir Simeon, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of the star. Though, that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of his sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. I took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you're not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales of a Rapatatatru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. We're taking swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah, yes, we are familiar with it. The Ferrochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel, containing no small amount of my blood. Or, no, a small amount, not no small amount. Fuck. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambrose, Urion J, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels and the transcendence not only of memories, but of the traits of certain bloodlines. And so I keep one at the ready, should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try, at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship, then. Flagship is the big ship in the middle. For a second I thought it stopped. Alright. Alright, we are to split up and find Tiamat records. Keep going then. Clamorous node. Let's see. Warning! Scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in 20 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Cheeky. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please, replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. Ooh, hey, Stenium. These nodes, or whatever it is you call them, why do they quiver so? Oh, are they scared of him? I've realized I've said this before, and on more than one occasion, but I never cease to be amazed by honky technology. Amazed and disturbed. The last note's probably up here? Yes. Egg shape. Data link with Delta card broken. Possible cause. Intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. I'm afraid Estenia and I have to show for efforts. Tried it? A tripping node spontaneously warned me about neglecting dragon restraints. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which Graha spoke. And it was chirping, you say? Very well, let's take a look. You wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? Yes. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Oh, those with the vessel of royal blood, perhaps. Yo. I am royalty. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Somnus. Somnus Aeterna. Welcome, Somnus Aeterna. You may operate the dragon restraints mechanisms when ready. Error! Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. Oh. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? I could hazard a guess. Well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placentation protocols. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Well, imagine these idiots trying to operate a computer, man. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. No, not that terminal. Nope, that's a different terminal. The update terminal. Over here. I assume this is it. Yep. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.153. Did I ask which version you are employing? Oh, fuck. That was Alphonse speaking. Let me retry that. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.153. Did I ask which version you are employing? Why? Software version 42.002, of course. Warning! Errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update. 5 years, 1 day. 5 years. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Are there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? The proposal method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Grahatia once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there's something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allegan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same way in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. So I must ask, what do you intend to do with Vandania? Will you try and reach out to him too? I will try, yes. And if that fails, I'll remember him. I see a little point in reasoning with the wretch, or remembering him for that matter. But perhaps there's a difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to view your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. And there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship, only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphinaud has things in hand here, I suggest we join the others. Oh, I didn't think that was a... I forgot that... I didn't... That's an aesthetical designer. That is the Warring Triad, actually. Like, straight up. Whoa. Your Stas is still watching. I didn't realize that was the Warring Triad until just now, so, neat. Warring Triad is in the statues from 6, not... Well, I mean... The Primals we fought and killed. I think that's actually the result of us doing the Warring Triad, storyline, actually. Oh. Tiamat is indeed level geometry. I suppose she really should be, honestly. Because, the level was built with the intention that Tiamat stay here forever anyway, so... Justinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of stone with him. I take it from Alphinaud's absence that he's needed elsewhere. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal balance leaned strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the temporary completely. Meaning I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphinaud to disengage the restraints of his ethereal dampers. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Crescendo is happening. God damn it. Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to fall. But what are these visions of days long forgotten? Of war with the men of Aulag? Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening into ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Xana, she trusts you. Speak to her. To ask her to tell you of times past. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation, I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alag first came unto Mericidia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees, surrounded by nature's bounty. Bahamut and I found a place to raise our young. The story's not boring me, it's just really fucking hot in here. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Shalian scholar Rusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent toward the end of the second astral era. Correctly, it would appear, if only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo! Okay, I'm opening a window. It's fucking hot. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. As the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man. Blood was answered with blood, and none could see an answer to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Alag slew my beloved and I, in my raging sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine, sentimentals, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over... Keep going, Alize. The magic is working. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close, I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left, with yours and Grahas, this will work. But I believe I speak for both of us when I say you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go.
No! I'm almost there!
This is it, Angelo!
Es ließ an, mich es
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Tosk in Santal Ankin in Way.
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
Ankin. Slosk an ol folkel an. Slosk seth som in an. Aften. Mon ud. Wan an. Lis a an. Do ud an.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
She's in an enemy.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Bahamut an Esk. Ul Jas. Ul Asa. Fesk an.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle, it would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. I have already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Uldar at the Hall of Flames. Let's collect Alphanon and be on our way. Why is it loading so long? Oh, we have to load all the way over here? That makes sense, I guess. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the Tolafroi have other plans. Pagofan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Taropin at their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. Good to hear that Uldar has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? They would not profess to be their friends. Your Grace! Master Taropin has made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the Syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Uldar alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagofan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but the Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show any signs of tempering. Strange. What Primal would turn down a chance to claim new thrones? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner than from those whom we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Somnus and others like him wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle the best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming that is you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray, set forth as soon as you are able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our foes. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as her grace requests, lest we forget our involvement for Dora and Pagafan on the reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better the chances. Indeed, to the airship then. It shouldn't be nighttime, by the way. It should be a blazing, twilight, because the Pacofon dungeon is set in blazing twilight. But nonetheless, let's break continuity a little bit, just a little. You know, we gotta go to the airship landing. I don't know why I didn't just teleport there, but, you know. I guess I just felt like wasting time. This is the last dungeon of the expansion. So we best make it count. I'll take Y'shtola because she's waifu. Before we had Y'shtola, Alize, and Grahatia. Still kind of want Grahatia. Kind of want Elfino and Alize, though.
Our fates are not yet
I stand
sealed.
ever ready. My strength is yours. I stand ever ready.
Grahatia. Last time we played with one twin, now it's time to play with the other twin. I take it only fair. Even if Grahatia is a much better healer than everybody else around here. Or actually... yeah, sure, we'll go with this party. See? What'd I tell you? Blazing twilight. We do get a double Black Mage party though. With this party setup, yeah. Of course they're all focused on the one. This isn't even the biggest pull I can possibly do currently. But, yeah. If I don't do big pulls, just could get painfully long. Even if it does become painfully long with big pulls. I'll try not to do as big of pulls as possible though. Definitely will limit myself to double pulls. So, as pretty and cool as this dungeon is, I'm actually disappointed in it. It is kind of my least favorite dungeon in Shadowbringers. Technically, it's not a Shadowbringers dungeon though, since it's, not part of the actual Shadowbringers storyline proper, nor is it really in the first. But, one, I don't really like the music as much as the rest of Shadowbringers music. It's jamming, don't get me wrong. Very fitting for Endwalker, but that's the problem. It's fitting for Endwalker. And I prefer some of the tunes of Shadowbringers a lot more. Another thing that makes me disappointed in this dungeon. Can't really say right now, but we'll just do a double pull here. It's a pretty sizable chunk of the pull. I think we'll stop right there, especially considering our friends aren't AoE. Can't
allow me.
I'll try and go a little faster. Actually, no, this is the end of the poll. So. This could turn into a nightmare, though. Because it's the newest dungeon in the expert rotation, I get this dungeon in expert pretty often, and it is kind of tough thinking about doing this with NPCs, because players have been able to optimize the dungeon
away with you
so much. To the point where we can do quadruple pulls. There are a lot of mobs that show up in this dungeon after all. We can do quadruple pulls, so I wonder if the AI is up to the same standard. And by I wonder, I mean I know they're not, but still. I will, because I kinda sorta don't want this dungeon to last 40 minutes. You know? Because there's so much more story after the dungeon anyway. I think this is a question of how they summon Bahamut. I think maybe early on Jay would have had a response to that. This fight is annoying, by the way. So, I see a lot of people doing this fight for the first time who don't know what to do. The mechanics, and you know, that's the virtue of doing this with NPCs first. That you can workshop what the mechanics are and what to do with them. It happened really quickly before I could explain it, but basically you spawn circle AoEs on each of the party members, and you have to direct the circular AoE to these lightning rods over here, so that the circular AoE won't land on top of you. You have to direct them over here and move away from the lightning rod, like so. All in the meanwhile, these lightning balls do their own circular AoE around themselves. So you have to avoid those as well. That's essentially the entire fight. That's the entire mechanic. But It's just that it's not an obvious mechanic to get, you know? Especially if you think that these lamps are just decoration. Which is very easy to believe that, so... But, I mean, I know this mechanic more specifically because I play with the NPCs. Thus is the virtue of playing with NPCs.
I will not hold back!
And if you don't avoid the lightning balls, you get bone stacks. They hurt. They especially make the party buster hurt a lot. So yeah. Another disappointing thing about Paglafon, even though it would have been unlikely for Paglafon to be in its own area, I wanted Paglafon to be its own area. It's very unlikely for it to have been anyways, though. So it makes sense. Because it's an old Eorzea area. Whenever they make an expansion, expand upon areas, they usually focus on a new nation or something. You may find peace. Proceed with caution. If we
What took you so long?
Ah, there's a Stinian.
The Amalts are in trouble. Let's split up.
I'll do the big pull here. It is a double pull anyway. Now, I've only really done most of these pulls with Grahatia as the healer, though. But since we already had Grahatia healer before, making Alphino as a healer this time. And I want to see if he's up to snuff here. Well, very well could possibly just not. Considering we do have two black mages, I don't know. They definitely don't operate in the same way. Technically, Yushtola's job isn't even black mage, even if it does have the black mage icon. It's technically sorcerer. So it's a completely different rotation from Grahatia being a black mage, who is probably a more conventional black mage, similar to us when we're black mage. It looks like he's doing a very similar rotation to that as well. In fact, I think he has the basic... I think he's doing the basic, single target black mage rotation. I mean, it seems that he is. Maybe he's using Blizzard instead. Is he using Blizzard, Oh, he's using Blizzard as Blizzard 3. Right. Blizzard 1 is obsolete. Okay, then it is the basic rotation. Because I can assume that the non-numbered spells are their pretty variants, the third tier. Or equivalents of which in Graha's rotation.
Oh, no, you don't.
Alright. This pull is actually faster than single target everything. So the NPCs actually are going to be a lot more useful. Here I am AoEing because I'm trying to establish aggro. But this pull is markedly faster. if you single target the enemy one by one. For some reason, I don't really know the exact math behind it. For some reason, that's how it works. I know a large part of it is due to the fact that Tiamat deals damage to the enemies and gets dead. This could be a nightmare on another of the Empire's matchstick monstrosities, you would say. Yeah, I'm going to use the rest of the quickly. It's ads the fight. I think I heard. Okay. It's ads the fight. It's just that. I mean, it's a little more than that. You know, you can also fight this machine, avoid AoEs from the machine. But you deal ads, and that's it. I cannot quantifiably tell you how long we deal the ads for, though it's a while. Considering that we have NPCs who are not doing AoEs. Say for Y'shtola, who's only doing an AoE spell every once in a while because that's just part of her rotation. I will dare to say that Alize would not have fared much better though, so I think that's all of it. Yes.
This is going to leave a mark.
And now they go crazy. That right there, it forces us to go down at 50%. Right there is a demonstration of how good the AI's actual DPS in reality really is. In that they do more damage per spell than the average player. But because they have to deal with mechanics, then they don't actually, like that, it balances out since they don't do mechanics. Or not that they don't do mechanics, they do mechanics, they don't DPS through mechanics. But if you reload a vacuum in a vacant space where they do nothing, they don't have to do any mechanics, and can just sit there and do their DPS rotation. They end up doing just that slight bit more. Peak player, I should say. The players are really fucking good at this. But, you know, again, because they have to do mechanics for 1 and for 2, they don't AoE. They end up healing slower and it equals out.
Burn!
As you can see here, they're shredding away loads of health. The NPCs alone took down 5% in like one single. Collectively, yeah, but still. Goodness. I do hope there aren't any more of those. Doesn't it look pretty? It's really, really pretty. We have not seen the object of my disappointment yet, though. As petty and little as that disappointment ultimately is, it is still the object of disappointment to me. Again, the big disappointment is just, I wish this was just normal explorable area as opposed to a dungeon. Although I understand that it's not normally explorable, and that they can't dedicate resources to make this just a normal, cool, explorable locale. In the same vein as like Surface Western Islands. Because every expansion expands to a new area.
Away with you!
A new part of an old area. And by all intents and purposes, there's no reason for us to really be here anyways. I think this is unlimited territory anyway, right? This is why I wanted it to be an explorable area. Look at the golden fields over the sunset here. There's clear skies too. Of course everything is on fire, and if it weren't for the fact that everything was on fire, then So, considering that Tiamat is here, I might be able to do the full pull here. I was definitely trying my best to. There's Bahamut. And I think you might have guessed why I'm kind of disappointed. Bahamut's the final boss of the dungeon. Not of the expansion. Not of Endwalker. He's the final boss of the dungeon. And pretty exclusively the dungeon as well.
Allow me!
Ah, I fucked up. It's fine. But yeah. That is my issue with it. We fight Bahamut in this dungeon, and considering how much of a figure Bahamut has been in both this game and the rest of the Final Fantasy series at large, it's disappointing to me that, like, he's kind of reduced here. Even if it is, like, canonically a lesser version of Bahamut, it's Lunar Bahamut, which is way lesser than even Bahamut Prime, which is actually lesser in comparison to other Bahamuts as well. Alright, so I got butt fucked there, but there's only two of you, and Tiamat's probably been dealing with a good majority of them. Oh god. Let's try this again. Back here.
I will not hold back.
Allow me.
I wonder how hard it would have been to implement a AoE rotation to the Scions during Trust Dungeons. Because obviously there's a reason why they didn't choose to do it. I wonder why that is the case. What reason that is. Because that's one thing that frustrates me a lot, no matter what I go as in dungeons, is seeing someone not use their AoE combo. Whether it's a tank heal or a DPS, it doesn't matter. If I don't see them doing their AoE rotation, I feel like something is wrong for them. And, I mean, the same applies to the NPCs. Now, it could be that the NPCs are just overpowered into themselves, and they don't want to clutter up the NPC move pool too much. Similarly to how, like look at these hotbars, you know? You even understand what the fuck is going on when I press buttons, you know? Anyways, here's the big guy. Lunar Bahamut. Just straight up we fight him. And, oh, spoilers by the way. Just so you know. We kill him here. We don't fight him and then he runs off to fight another day. We kill him here. Fair enough. We do have, Estinian and Tiamat to weaken him. That was called a Vitra. And this whole entire cutscene here is to establish the fact that this Lunar Bahamut is weakened compared to when we first saw him because of how much he had to endure when fighting Tiamat here. But again, the facts of stance is we fucking kill him. When indeed a Bahamut fight would feel like endgame, right? So. Oh, whatever. You know, Tiamat weakened Lunar Bahamut for us. I'm not gonna squander it. And yeah, rest assured, this is a weakened version of Bahamut compared to both the real Bahamut and when he showed up at the Albion Palace with a big fucking flare that knocked us out, or not knocked us out, but took us out of commission in the cutscene. This weakened compared to him. Indeed, it sets the unrealistic expectation, because there's more than just Lunar Bahamut, there's Lunar Primals of the whole spectrum. And it sets the unrealistic precedent that they're all going to be weaker than their original counterparts, which would make them stupidly weak. Now, I get that the Lunar Primals are not going to be, and again, spoiler, but still, I get the Lunar Primals aren't supposed to be the big bads of Endwalker, but it's disappointing nonetheless. I forgot that it was the mechanics, by the way. Again, the virtues of having AI companions. Didn't realize that
Allow me.
That I can't stand at that. That standing that would kill me. To give you an idea of how well people have optimized this dungeon, that cross flare sort of AoE, that cross AoE that you just dropped down on top of the player. The technical most optimal way to deal with that is to place it underneath, so that people won't have to maneuver around you. But anyway, that's not really in popular usage though, right? Because the AI does it that way, where they move the plus AoE away. And by the way, the reason why placing the cross AoE underneath them is the most optimal way to do it is to maximize uptime.
Allow me.
You don't have to run away as a melee DPS. And uptime is important on other DPS as well, not just melees.
Hold still.
The auto attacks. But yeah, cross AoE, Bahamut's fat enough for us to just maneuver around to the corners and still hit him. Or move far enough away from the plus and still hit him. So,
This is going to leave a mark.
but again, because the NPC did it that way, the standard way to do that mechanic now is to move it far away from Bahamut. And it only happens once, really. So not really that big of a deal, but still. They can use the limit break now. I think they're programmed to use the limit break at 10% or lower. Lower lead. Way lower. Wow. Fuck it, I'm using it. Oh, it's a big dungeon master. What a week. And again, we kill him! Might I reiterate, we kill him. I guess it's supposed to make us scared of the other friends, but still. I mean, he made quite a show and had like 2 minutes of screen time, you know? But hey, whatever. After all, Bahamut Prime is piss easy nowadays anyway, so... It's not really that big of a deal.
Kin so ash an esk snodo in aisto antal an in aisto antal afa snalask en ash an dran mira
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
We will be proud to call you our allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause. till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Sometime earlier, inside the Pagofon Tower.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
Speaking with Alpha. Well, it would be not too much to hope that we had seen the last of the friend Daniel. We have dealt with his schemes of telling blow to this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when I receive word of Arnold's safe return. Pagofon can now be done with trust NPCs, and the dust settles. Standing around worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions! You gotta stop doing that, man. Would that I would treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the frontistery. Your grace? Your grace? Whatever is the matter? You gotta stop doing that as well. As our troops withdrew from Pagofon, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend I believe, had been wounded, and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, your grace. Can you tell us aught of Arnold's condition, your grace? A wounded scout. Not save that it is grave. The Carurgins tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Somnus, Justinian, would you mind going after Alpha now? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Pagelfon. Come on, then. Let's take the lift up to, that would be the hosting strip, I believe. The top bit is the hosting strips, I think? It seems that way, yeah. It's been way too long since I've been in Uldal, so I wouldn't know. Be up here, it seems. Huh. Unbeknownst to me, this... Okay. I mean, beknownst to me. I knew this, I guess, because I've done everything in the story before. I just... forgot. Estinian. I take it Elfin was fond of our involved. I didn't know how he feels. But hand-wringing isn't going to help everyone. You better have a word. And I'm come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Demilio. I guess. I don't know. There's attending to him as we speak. If you would be so kind as to wait. What did what did Master Demilio say? Please tell me his exact words. Enough, Alphino. This isn't working. But you're right. Forgive me. When you said our family was harmful, I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, all I could do was wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself.
You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! You need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
That's the wind. I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Grace invites the Silence of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
The Grand Company, Your Grace. Is that wise?
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stars. And that concludes you, Elvina. Arnvold is in good hands here. Of course, you would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement, then I shall let Trial know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It would be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking you. And thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Cryo in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss. One of which concerns you, Estinian. Believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Balthusian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? Rising stones. Hey, it is very clear skies. Holy shit. This is the end of the first part of the patch, by the way. I believe it's the end of the first part. It's a pretty conclusive.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing, a topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly? Is the question truly so vexing? Perhaps you fear I will chastise you for giving the wrong answer. Or was it so long ago that you simply can't remember?
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
Mayhaps she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I'm able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo. You inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. All of these weapons are unlockable weapons in the game, by the way. Everything that you see here. Craftable from primals, dungeon drops, whatever. I even see some relic weapons in here. I even see some weapons from other Final Fantasy games in here.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
They're hiding it on purpose. Yes. They were hiding it because of the lead up to Endwalker. We didn't actually know what the second melee DPS was. It's a bit of a spoiler to say. It's not even a spoiler at all. It's Reaper, and he's gonna use a scythe. So. Alright, let me check the journal real quickly. How much more do we have? Shadowbringers, post Shadowbringers main scenario quest 2. We have 3 more. We have The Company We Keep, Unofficial Business, and Death Unto Dawn, which is the name of the patch. And the finale to both Shadowbringers' patch quests and the pseudo-official beginning of Endwalker. So we only have 3 quests after this. They're beefy-ass quests, though. Death Unto Dawn in particular is pretty fucking beefy. So I will take just another small break, and we'll return here. Alright, we are basically done. We are almost there. We just have patch 5.55 to go through, which is only 3 quests. I don't know how long it takes to do all of it, but I don't quite remember is what I'm trying to say. But it shouldn't be too long. There's a little bit left. Honestly, I was severely overestimating the length of this part, but I feel like it's better to overestimate than underestimate. So far, it's only about a half as long, so... Ah, Somnus, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. You became hoping for tidings from Gryle. I'm afraid we're still waiting. But we do have some odd scraps for news to share. We probably still have like 3 hours. I'll just be open about that. A lot of things happen. Scraps, she says. Luna Primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Holy Boulder and the others. Just got out of the shower, so I need to clean the fog off my glasses. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Uldar's progress with the Amalja, Gridania has opened up negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging, but with the Teropharoi still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. A council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your presence is humbly requested. We were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Teropharoi. In concert with our new allies, the Beast Tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So the Alliance will bring out all the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of the negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one, considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. Then I will bear your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Have to be in the middle of a cutscene, well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Y'shtola lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked to end something, it is only right that you be present for what promises to be a historical event. I think we've all played our part in our little endeavor, don't you, Somnus? All present may rightly claim a seat, I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not going either. Emmerich will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then. Well, those with a mind to hold the fort get on the holding of it. I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo, shall we? I love how every time there's like a big major diplomatic meeting, they always invite the Warrior of Light, who literally just kind of sits there. So I don't know what the purpose of us being at these meetings truly are in lore, but I will BRB. So perfect segue, I know. Okay, let's just get this over with. We are so close. We are there. Yikes. The wind is starting to pick up. I should probably close the door a little bit. Or not door, window. Should be good enough. I like the wind, because I like to stay cool. The wind is cold. But, like, dear Lord, if I'm not scared of things flying off the shelf at me, then I would have it open all the time. We've been expecting you. That's right. let's say, whatever. Cutscene. Are we fashionably late? Or are we just normal late? Fashionably late!
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Ah! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay! Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'Stola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus.
That's why
a little pretty will outdo, perhaps. Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
What?
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
talk of the Ixal the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets, pits brother against brother. Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the Scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Oh, come on, you're clearly playing favorites here. I would call it the Grand Company of Eorzea. I'll steal it from the other people.
But that's the name I...
Elfino. I would steal it from you, yes.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you'll forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the peoples of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet, even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made, and the lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, the first of many. Many and more. Elder Seatsian, how might we be of assistance? I seek myself and those assistance in a matter involving Bredonia's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, and the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as peace tribes? Just so. It is our hope that we may make use of the Sylphs' established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphinaud, but I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves, which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I wanted to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests. I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you? Not at all. You may count upon my assistance, for what little it's worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphinaud, and my trust. When your report is ready, please share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt but that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telophoroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? Okay, I don't think I touched anything. My mouse was accidentally on OBS, and I am scared that I pressed the stop streaming button, but it doesn't seem as though I did. All you need to do is ask. Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, the Orders will be a reassuring presence. I'll join you if you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades. It will be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Gromit can lend a hand as well. Well, I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We should be glad of the company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. So what's your plan, brother of mine? Well, before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I propose is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Uldar, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the event that led to its inception to the failures that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone. Its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer for what it seems to me to be the crucial question, namely, why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. I think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand company together, and that this knowledge might help us prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. This is my hope, yes, but the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you, and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I have a mind to begin by speaking with Riol and Eliane. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at the Castrum Oriens. Let's seek them out there. Talk to Riol here. Well, look who it is, and what brings you two here. Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I've been assigned a task, you see, from which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. Sir, you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put in words, that. As I once explained to Somnus, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back on those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the White and Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away. But when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but to try and repay it? No, that's what. As for my own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with my old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time's gone on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Holy Border to Mistress Tantaru, we've all of us got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that, things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion is all about. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, Somnus, could you? Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Well, its fountain ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make crew. For every swab signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory of both. Ours was quite a desperate band, and while I will never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? It only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. Why? Because Tartarus sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see. So our ranks comprise of a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths. We are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until next we meet. Unofficial business. Well, I think I've taken up enough of our colleagues this time, and I'm conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Britannia and hear what the others have learned. Britannia. That would be old Britannia. Alright. I think we will be Lancer's Guild. Should be near. Yes, Alisa's right there after all. Neat. Thanks to Tatsu's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you of that. Some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. Frixio. Friend. Ah, welcome, Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good is it to see walking ones again so soon after the meeting? Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? No, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned One Kane Senna said that walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Silklands and abducted many of these ones, and so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, however. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Torthroy. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice working ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one. Oh, and in quite a hurry, it seems. Alisaie, you must come quickly. What's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me you couldn't read my handwriting. What? No. A twin-headed officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlian has sent an envoy, who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Cryo's managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough. But there's more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the elder seats here. Really? I can see why they might want Science to be present, but us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarcely believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Fortuneau-Levier. I know it doesn't look like it's pronounced Fortuneau. It's pronounced Fortuneau. Your father? Well, now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprising enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That might be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it. It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss this work with us. Indeed, and whenever he writes to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purposes here. FFXIV, lo as I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies, along with my report. Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking one from more urgent matters. Go! The audience will be held at the Elder Stand, where the Elder seats here awaits even now. Let's be on our way. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 names. Not Final Fantasy names in general, 14 names in particular. Hard to pronounce. I know it does not look like Fortuneau. It is Fortuneau-Levier. Gods, believe me. That, like, basically no one knows that, by the way. I believe it's a voice cutscene that's about to come up. So. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortuneau's visit is took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Cryo permission to request Charlian's aid, we did not anticipate a prompt reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover.
Elder Seats here. I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuneau-Levier, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuneau, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye.
I punched the microphone fucking so hard there. I'm sorry.
If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What?
Father!
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Alizé!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
So that's what he came here to say? That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against Telophoroi? And as for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger. As he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say but that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fourcheneau who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. The decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Telophoroi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they all want to do? Somnus? Has Master Fourcheneau arrived yet? He just left. Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Fourcheneau's performance. When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believed that they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they are not as concerned about the Telophoroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Not that I have fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I have tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears that the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Restricted at every turn. So it would seem. But don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here, when the time is right, of course. I am aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan. And so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. It may take a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Your speculations give me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible that Charlians hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt them, in them a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophori. Even when the Forum of Eosia are standing united, there's no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Shalyan intend to do if we fail? Time for our last quest. Death unto Dawn. While Shalyan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response to my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, Awakening Ones! Grave tidings! Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see Feathered Ones send terrible news. Destroying Ones have appeared in Selphatol. Destroying Ones and Captured Ones, and even frightful Godly Ones. Feathered Ones didn't stand a chance that were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late. But luckily, Destroying Ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered Ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West. That would be Kurfus. My lady, the Ishgardians report that the Telophori have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kurfus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Continental Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eosia to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have the time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartanel. Wait! This one almost forgot! The Destroying Ones were said to be led by Cackling Robed One! This one must see that all Walking Ones know! Farewell! Fandanio? Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartanel. Pray see to your preparations and report the landing with all haste. At once, my lady. Let us away. To the Carolyn Canopy, to the airship landing to Cartanel. We go. For the finale of the expansion. Where it all begins. Fuck. Yeah, this is where it all began, didn't it? Fucking Gridania. Somnus, it would seem Fordell has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I've explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Some things may have changed, but the adventure isn't over yet.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Alright. Last instance of Shadowbringers in basically the game at this point. Upon joining the battle at Cartano, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety. Your progress for the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. It's not just the several cutscenes will play warning now. It's the whole shebang, a whole 9 yards. This is a meaty quest. With meaty shit in it.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Okay, the wind is adding to the effect. But, goddamn, is there not a lot of it. I might close the window further, just because of how much wind is starting to pick up. Anyways, we have begun. Duty commenced. Listen well, friends. The Telophoroi are sweeping across Continental. As for the Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events fall from above. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict, even when poised to ambush. Whatever the Telophoroi's plans may be, primes are our primary targets. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long.
Prepare yourself!
Let's give it our all!
Hold fast.
Move all about. So they would overwhelm us with sheer numbers. We will keep them broken for the night. The rest of you seek out the primals. We'll divide our forces then, that we may locate the primal more swiftly. Baker, Stella, and I shall head east. I'll concentrate the efforts on the Tempest. With luck, I shall have the chance to kill some of them. Then I'll go west. Some of them with me. As the Scions spread out across the field, Alize and Graha take the fight to the Telophoroi. In this fight, you play as Alize, while Gratia is a paladin. There are so many of them. I won't be killing anyone at this rate. We'll have to incapacitate them first. Okay. Let me study my combos real quickly. I have my Verflare combo, which goes into Fire, Ver Arrow, Ver Stone, and Ver Flare. I have my Scorch combo, which is Core, melee combo, then finally Verholian Scorch. Crimson Savior deals unexpected damage to all nearby enemies. This is my AoE, and Flesha and Contra 6 to invert here. Alright. This is a much cooler, I think this is one of the new Red Mage AoEs actually, in Endwalker. So, nice that we got a little preview of that. We're not using spells just yet.
Allow me.
Spells seem to be a single target exclusive thing, apparently, so I'm not gonna try too hard to do that. Then we're gonna do some spinning. The tempering are gone too far to treat them here on the battlefield. This degree of physical alteration, I fear they are beyond help. Imperials or no, I hate to see them. We must see that the suffering will come to an end.
Just the beginning.
Right behind you!
for our actual honest to gods combo to start. Stay away from me, Graha. Or not. I don't know. We could kill him, yeah? It seems we've earned a moment's respite. Then let's take the opportunity to cure the temple. Job change! Awesome. With me, Alize. Do you see that? The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartanel. But now that I am here, things have become clear. Flats conceal an inferior confluence, like to the pillars of the Azim Steppe, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Van Daniel has conjured reach into its very midst, and I believe I know their purpose. Should the Lunar Primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resulting disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos amongst the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay the waste to the realm. That he would go so far as that he would go so far cometh us little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. In this, we fight Azurion J. Is that Odin? So the time has come to pit my blade against his. Follow my lead! Yep, alright, let's study our cards here for a bit. We have Malefic Bree, which is our basic damage output. Our Lord of Crowns combo, which uses Destiny Drawn, which is not an astrology move that we can currently do, I don't think. So, bullshit, Urion J. You're a gambler, not an astrologian. Anyways, that leaves everything to fate as you draw a card from your deck. Divinity deck. Restores 10 NP. And Lord of Crowns deals unexpected damage with a potency of 270, which, again, is not what Lord of Crowns does anymore, Urion J. You're playing a gambler. Anyways, then we got the Scroll combo. Which gives us Destiny Sleeve and damage dealt is increased, while weapon skill cast time and recast time, spell cast time and recast time, and auto attack delay are reduced for yourself and all nearby party members. If the abilities are not ready to combo, start again. And then we have Benefic and Helios, our two healing spells, and this is our Healer Over Time spell. Or not heal over time, a shield spell. Or a bubble. I'm here, Yar!
I shall protect thee.
Alright, let's protect against Lunar Gungnir here. And then we have another Gungnir, which I believe that's the tank buster against, oh no, that's this.
My turn!
May the 12 guide you.
Heal. This does not bode well. We best prepare and brace ourselves. Right, Zantetsuken? Take all three of us to protect the continent. Well, let's destroy the feathers then, as we can.
Away with you!
Bankrupt doth require our aid. Okay. Protect.
The best defense is a good defense!
Odin is preparing to strike again. Stay out of his reach, but guarding the confluence stays first. Ultimate Zantetsuken, that can be the opposite of good. In which case, I am glad to oblige him. Okay. And Odin is now down. Lunar Odin, that is. Meanwhile, Grahatia and Alize prepare to lock swords with Lunar Ravana. This time we get to play as Grahatia! Alright, let's study his shit. Because, in a coming battle, you will fight as Grahatia. Alright, let's study his shit. That must be Ravana, a formidable opponent by all accounts, but so are we. So, Grahatia is a master mage. Let's see, he has a foul combo, which is fire 3, fire 4, or fire 4, fire 4, fire 4, foul. He has Algan Blizzard, which will restore our MP. Thunder 4. It's Thunder 4. Cure 2, because he's a multi-mage. And Medica 2. Yeah. And Break, which prevents spellcasting, movement, and other activity of all nearby enemies. You cannot cast this. Ah! Grahati is so good. Let's play. He resists Break. That is excellent. I should probably cast Fire 4 first. Well, it's to us to protect the constables. I shall have the lion's share of aggro here. Like moths to the flame. We have to keep... Alright, I've broken all of them.
I have you now.
Look out! Okay, Medica came up. Boy, it was all over. Best to do my damage rotation while also being a healer. Oh, thank God. I got to her just in time. You lose a lot more of your MP when you're both a black and a white mage at the same time. Break! 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 Oh, come on. Oh, God, this... Break! Oh, thank God, Alize. Ligma. And he's done. At the self-same moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Elfino and Estidian, resolved to lay Lunar Ifrit low. And this In this battle, you will play as Somnus Aeterna yourself. Okay, all right. Oh my God! It actually says that in the coming battle, you will fight as Somnus Aeterna. No, I'm on the Dola encounter. Okay, let's see here. Let's review our skills here real quickly. Let's see. Hard Slash, Siphon Strike, Soul Eater. That's pretty typical combo there. Edge. This is all starting to get a little complicated once we have Edge of Shadow and Flood of Shadow are different things. Star with Soul combo, Abyssal Drain, Salted Earth, Unmend Plunge. I don't need to do that. Yeah, you can't see it, but in the chat it literally says, in the coming battle, you will fight a Somnus Aeterna. Let's take him down as quickly as possible. I don't have tank tank, but... Infernal Nails. Get rid of the nails. I've fought enough different extremes to know that you need to kill the nails.
You're finished!
Hellfire?
We must fight on!
Alright, up he goes. Oh, he's gonna do the big fucky thing. Oh. Wave of Malevolent Ether. Black Smiting the Confluence. It might not give me any benefits. It didn't give me any benefits, but goddamn, this fucking, I feel like I needed it. I don't know, I haven't been doing anything to protect the Confluence. It's not like I can do much, but still. More of them? Otho seeks to destroy the Confluence and runs along with it. So it's come to this.
I have you now.
Hey yo. You can do 80 Starfire Divers at once. And a big one. Not what I was expecting.
I will not be outdone!
The wind is going crazy now. It's time we ended this.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Glory be to Garlemald.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
Well, you've come this far.
It really must count for something.
That was Death on the Dawn. that was the end of the Shadowbringers patch quest. Holy shit. What a fucking mood. I can't really put it into words. It is so good. They're all 2 speeds. Slow and slower. But yeah. We got some good artwork here. New exclusive artwork for this credit sequence. I don't actually know who drew the artwork for this specific credit sequence. It's not the typical 14 artist, and I have to give it that much. It's not the normal 14 artist. And it's definitely not a mono. I would recognize it immediately. But it looks cool. And we'll go through basically on what was this credit sequence before I decide maybe I'll skip it. That's our version. And it's gonna start the screenshot slideshow. This song, by the way, is amazing. Never fails to send me chills. But this credit sequence is more so a credit sequence from Shadowbringers, so in lieu of 5.3 not really having this credit sequence, so even though it was the definitive end of the Shadowbringers storyline, so this is more dedicated to that. Even though we spent this entire stream past Shadowbringers doing, as the title suggests, the quote start of Endwalker. More like a prelude to Endwalker than anything else, really. I think it sets the stage for the big conflict and what we're gonna do next. And I couldn't be more excited for next week. I also couldn't be more scared because I have all my finals. Basically, right before Endwalker's actual launch, all my finals. It's either on the day of or the day before. It is terrifying to me. But I don't want to think about that right now. I really don't. But yeah, it's such a good expansion. I love it so much. It's my favorite out of all of them, I'll say that much. It is almost objectively the best out of all of them as well. I hate saying objectively as well, and I rarely say it because I don't believe in objectivity. But when it comes to art and whatnot, but I mean, like, I see this game and its story and whatnot, and I compare it to, like, fucking Final Fantasy 13 or something like that, right? Or 8 or 2, and I'm just like, obviously there's a gap in quality, you know? Hell, even fucking, like, juggernauts of Final Fantasy stories, and hell, juggernauts of just video game stories in general, like Final Fantasy 6 or 7 or Xenoblade Chronicles, yes, I would rank this above that, even as much of a masterpiece as people make it out to be. I actually really do love Xenoblade Chronicles. It's part of the reason why I was able to tolerate this game so much, in fact, because of the gameplay being so similar. But I also acknowledge that this is literally only the start of Endwalker. We're not even done with the story yet, and I'm already praising it as one of the greatest fucking stories of the entire modern literature, just of modern literature. So, like, there's every possibility that Endwalker could disappoint. And I will say this much, it probably will. Considering how high of expectations Shadowbringer sets, and whatnot. I mean, I'm sure it'll be really fucking good. I don't know if it'll surpass Shadowbringers. We'll see. We'll see. It could be amazing. What I'm trying to get at, though, is that, like, almost everything from the promotions, right, with the launch trailer and promotion trailer and whatnot, none of it is in game yet, and I don't have a frame of reference for any of that shit. And to be fair, like, Shadowbringers was the exact same way, so that's why I can't really say anything right now, because, I mean, like, again, Shadowbringers is the exact same way. The promotional and launch trailers gave us we had no frame of reference to how the game was going to be like with those in mind, comparative to what we had in the game at the time. And fucking it blew away expectations and became one of the greatest fucking anythings in the past decade, so... That being said, I, again, will not... looking at the journey as a whole, I will not knock its faults. I will not excuse its faults. The beginning is slow, the beginning is tedious, the beginning is very boring, it is very hyper-specific to being a generic fantasy MMORPG story at the beginning of it, in Realm Reborn, for, like, all of it. And it is very boring at the beginning. And it is hard to get into. And it's very much hard to get into. It's not as hard to get into as, say, 13. 13 is the type of game where you have to put in so much effort in order to enjoy. With this, you really just need to have tenacity and time. You need to have tenacity to know and to be sure that what comes next is going to be better, and the time to actually commit to that. I mean, throughout this whole stream series, each stream has been about 10 to 12 hours long, or thereabouts. On average, I've been seeing like 8 and 9 hours at the end of each of these streams. It's a big game, and there's a lot to do. Each expansion in itself is its own big giant ass game. Of like 20 to 30 hours. Realm Reborn and Shadowbringer's case, 40 hours. Or somewhere to that effect. It is long. It is a lot. You have to have a lot of time and a lot of commitment and a lot of tenacity to see it through to the end. I know so many people who quit early on, or like right before Heavensward. Because like the game just really boring. Actually really shitty back then. And so, as much as I praise it, and as much as I say it's the greatest Final Fantasy of our time, if not ever, I do have to temper expectations and say that much. That is not the best thing in the world. Or it's the best thing in the world. It's by no means perfect. Nothing is perfect. But percentage-wise, it is like 90% amazing. I could just say that much. Because even the beginning of Realm Reborn bits aren't actually... Like, there are amazing parts of A Realm Reborn. what comes to mind is the Crystal Tower raids, but also the end of A Realm Reborn. Fucking the best part of A Realm Reborn was fucking when it was over. But either way, enough about A Realm Reborn, now about Shadowbringers. It is just too good. It is way too good. You need to go through the slog in order for it to be as good as people say it to be, which is why I put a lot of stock in doing the entirety of the game. Of course, I didn't do the Crystal Tower raids, I didn't do the rogue quests, I didn't do Sorrow of Warlord on stream. I did none of those on stream, and I kind of regret that. But at the same time, I don't think I would have had much time to do those things. Mayhap tomorrow I can do Crystal Tower raids for the courtesy of it, as well as maybe also Sorrow of Warlord, just because it's amazing. We don't talk about the Nier raids, or the Eden raids for that matter. The Eden raids are good, it's just that they are very inconsequential, but they do take place at a very specific part of the story we actually passed it. You're supposed to be doing the Eden raids as you're doing Shadowbringers, essentially. Because it was released as Shadowbringers being released. The patch quest, I mean, not the expansion proper. Gotcha. As for the Nier quest, yeah, Nier's a good game. The Nier collab is actually really disappointing. If I were to say so myself, it doesn't integrate itself into 14 lore very well at all. It barely integrates itself into Nier lore, for God's sake. And overall, it feels like a guest sort of event, you know, like an event quest, but you know, like a crossover event quest, because it is, which is, you know, I guess that's fine. But like compared to Return to Ivalice and Stormblood, which did not feel like an event quest, it actually felt like it was integrating itself into the lore of 14 very well, and actually opened up some possibilities for the lore of the Ivalice games as well. So compared to that, yeah. Sorrow of Warlord is amazing though. It's a singular, I will say Sorrow of Warlord is probably the singularly best side quest story in the entire game. Second, maybe, to Hildebrand. Bold of me to say that, but fucking that shit left me in fucking tears, and I might do that tomorrow if I do have the time. But yeah. The artwork's done. I can skip the credits now. Now it's time to talk to Emmerich and finish up Death Unto Dawn. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Emmerich, and may I say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Make nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telophoroi have been driven from Gartanel, it is like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I'm confident that you have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of etheriology, we are better qualified to find a solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie upon the beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. Must you be so loud? Anyways, I confess, I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely. Vital as they are to the Telephore's plans, if we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain the Telephore will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits you at the heart of chaos will come for us. For you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis will be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alphino. We need a plan, not portents. As Fankert so eloquently pointed out, we are in position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Croyle, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telephore's, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortuneau's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlayan have ever been the wellspring of etheriological knowledge. I care not where we go. Here or there my lance will be ready. And what of you, Solus? Might you be persuaded to join us? A plot, a course for Sharlayan! Hear, hear! This time we will lay bare the Telephore's dark designs. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Cryle to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find whether my fears are warranted. You've learned the emote shush. So I can shush people who are trying to spoil shit. Oop. Cutscene. Meanwhile? Hey! Meanwhile in the Gallian capital. Check out Xenos' new weapon! It's a scythe, obviously. Yes. He took off the coat.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes. And with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Everything all right back there?
At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, and gazes cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final chapter, our final curtain rise. I flubbed the line! No! I flubbed it! I can't believe I flubbed it. Does it say in the event? Yikes! Okay, the wind. I get it, the wind. Fuck. Anyways, this is the final state of the Rising Stones that I've been so desperate to keep a secret for the past... Dear fucking Christ, how many streams have we done? Every time we go back here and we exit out of New Game Plus, this would be the final state. As you can see, the major spoilers I was trying to avoid was Estinian's existence here, which was extremely scary because I think one of the exit points from New Game Plus was right here at this very spot where we would have seen Estinian. And Grahatia. Grahatia not as much because, I mean, it became obvious by the end of Shadowbringers he was going to come with us. But Estinian was a big spoiler, so. Also, Estinian. Here's something that's really cool. He started off as just a random NPC, not a random NPC, but like a job quest NPC. He's just a job quest NPC at the in A Realm Reborn. Now he's a scion of the Seventh Dawn in Endwalker. Fucking what a promotion, don't you think? God, I love this so much. Anyways, and I mean, yeah, that's the reason why I love Dragoon so much. One of the reasons, one of the many reasons, many reasons. Anyways, I hope I didn't overstay my welcome too much by saying that. Anyways, I flubbed the line. That's no bueno. But it didn't say Endwalker, so I don't believe so, at least. I guess we're about done with the stream now. So, stop the stream here. And, maybe we'll work on Sorrow Forlet and or Crystal Tower raids tomorrow. Maybe not. Christ only knows. But, definitely next week I will stream Endwalker. My initial playthrough of it. It'll be all fresh to me, so I'll probably have a lot better reactions than I have this stream, at least. Yeah. That'll be all.